Assalamu alaikum. Hope you guys are doing well. It's been a while, but felt I need to make this stream given a lot of things going on in the world. And hopefully this is a reminder what's to come. Salam everybody in the chat. Hope it's not too late where you are in the world, but yeah, let me know if my sound is good. So I named the stream Aurora Qur'ana because last night the world probably faced the largest geomagnetic solar storm that they call an aurora since the Carrington event. If you don't know what the Carrington event is, that was in 1859, and it just totally wiped out all the communication systems and effectively, kind of reset the world in a way. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I can't help but notice like how something that's going on and in the phenomena around the Earth somehow in one way are some way tied to the North of all places. Yeah. Yeah, salam everybody. I'll try to see the feedback from the chat if I can, but yeah, this is really the kind of basis of the stream. I do want to talk about some other things as well. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that as well, but I posted on my Telegram that Hurricane Milton is I think it's like they describe it like a hurricane that's never happened before, like in however long. And you can only kind of take their words at face value at this point, but clearly there is something related to the winds and hurricanes, at least with with this phenomena called auroras. Yeah, salam soy. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, Nihal, it's a good point actually. So a good portion of the world, if you were to draw a map, I don't have it in front of me, but I put on my Telegram. If you were to go down probably the latitude of like Florida, Mexico, and just draw a straight line across the map, that would have been the extent, which is insane because it's pretty much almost like almost into Latin America, and I think it was seen probably from parts of the Middle East. It's unheard of. So there's a good chunk of the Earth that was just too far south around the equator. But then you go further down, or further out, I should say, Australia, parts of South America, the tip, they did see it as well as the Aurora Australis. That's something I want to hopefully look at in part 7 of the Mecca series about the kind of arrangement of the Earth. We'll talk about that later on. So Yeah, it probably wasn't seen from those areas because they're more in the tropics. Um, okay, what's going on? I remember talking about this on a live stream in May, and that was surprising enough. But now it's an even greater intensity. Just tip the scales. I think it's like on a scale from 1 to 9, and they had to add a 10th level because it was beyond that. It's never happened before. All coming from the north. And it's interesting because many people are wowed and inspired and they see such beauty and awe, understandably. But there's no understanding what it is. They they just simply say it's a phenomenon from the sun that just is connected to the electromagnetic field of the earth. And that's it. There's no why. There's no actual, you know, explanation as why this thing exists. All you have to do is you go to what it means. Okay? This is what it means from their languages. It's related to dawn. Interestingly, the dawn is something that is very important in Islam. And they give it the term dawn for something called the Fajr. The Fajr is something that happens as a verb to the firmament, the heaven. So in the Quran, there's this idea that as-sama infajarat. If you just put that word infajarat in past tense in Google Translate, it means exploded. But it's pretty interesting because if the Quran was sent down in a night and all the way through it's talking about, like Allah will bring them out of the darknesses into the light. Doesn't that kind of give you an impression? And I mentioned this on the Quran of the Fajr live stream. The Quran is primarily concerned with this context. So if you're in the last day of the dunya, eventually there's a night at the end of that day, coinciding with the beginning or the Fajr of the last day. Muslims are supposed to believe in the last day. The last day is exactly what it is: an eternal, everlasting day that starts with a Fajr. And I think that the birth pangs of this are probably connected to this phenomenon. So what we're seeing now, and I'll talk about this later, but is a symbol of the reality that is set into motion when the hour starts. It's like you have a test within a examination time period, right? Every test you've ever done in your life is always timed. And the point of that is that it's not something you can put off. It's something that is set into motion from the beginning. So, dawn, right? That's something that's related to the east, the sunrise. What do we call this in Arabic? Well, in Arabic, auroras are called shafaq, but think about it this way, okay? Tubashir al-fajr. How do they just put aurora in there? There's no... Do you understand? People know on some level, either it's subconscious or it's just kind of concealed, right? That's why I made the stream, to decabalize this knowledge. The words in Arabic, the definition of like the dawn revealing itself, the Fajr coming, is right there, the first shimmer of the aurora. How could that be a coincidence? How could we see this play out in the world? There's no way, and don't tell me that this is some kind of a government experiment that gone wrong. No, this is a sign from your Lord. You use your eyes to see the ayahs in the horizons. Okay? So then we move down, and now we get to actually the meaning, what the Quran describes as the aurora. And guess what, guys? The translators have totally wiped away this definition. Evening glow, twilight, dusk, twilight. Where's aurora? I see in the definition. In the definitions, it's all about the aurora. The word is shafaq. Okay, all I did was search aurora. These are the entries. Allah mentions the shafaq. What is that supposed to mean to a Muslim? Oh, it's subhanallah, the twilight. Really? That's it? It's just you get up in the morning before Fajr and you see the twilight. Ash-shafaq al-janubi. That's called aurora australis. Notice it doesn't say southern twilight, because janub just means the sides. Janib. We use that now in Arabic to mean south. The Quran uses a different word. But in the Quran, it's just janib, janub, the sides of something. Janaba. This is the aurora, the same one from the north. It just kind of percolates on the sides. That's why it's seen in Australia and South America and New Zealand. Ash-shafaq al-shimali. Oh, this one is north. So this is the northern twilight, literally. The twilight of the north. Borealis. Polar light. If you think that Arabic doesn't make a difference, it literally tells you, because Arabic is completely literal. It's the only language that can be like that. Ash-shafaq al-qutbi. You know what a qutb is? A qutb is something is stick in the ground. It's a literal pole. This is the aurora of the pole. Now that gives you an idea where it comes from. If you watch Mecca series part 5, it talks all about that tree. Shafaq al-alihati. Who are these gods? Twilight of the gods, aurora of the gods, is what's known in Nordic mythology as Ragnarok, the end of the world, the great last war. That'll be in part 9. So clearly, they missed a huge opportunity here to inform Muslims that their book, the book really to mankind and the jinn kind, it mentions this openly. And this is the ayah it mentions it in. Now they say twilight glow. فَلَا أَقْسِمُ بِالشَّفَقِ. Okay? That's aurora. Do you see what surah it's in? Something is split. And this is a long list of events. Okay? I'll talk about فَلَا أَقْسِمُ another time. This is, it doesn't work in Arabic for you to say, I swear, in something negative. But anyway. Do you notice that this word is all about fear, 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 fear? But one, it says stand in awe. Doesn't that describe the people that witnessed this today, last night, elsewhere in the, polar region? They need this to mean fear because they want you to lose in this test. They want you to fail. And I'll tell you what, let's just, for sake of argument, look up what this root is. Because you see, if you go back here, now that I told you this is aurora, all of these things have to be related to that actual thing. No exceptions. All the words from one root in the Qur'an are related by this umbrella of that root. An umbrella of meaning. So this is the only thing they can play with, is the meanings. Because every diacritical mark, stroke, dot, letter, that's all preserved. Every symbol, every name of everything in those pages of that book, preserved. So who are mushfiqeen except people of the aurora that do shafaqa? That's why it says ashfaqna. Let me just give you an idea in the Arabic language what shafaqa means. To be worried, to become worried. Okay? To pity, to commiserate, to feel pity for something or someone. Shafaq, I told you, is aurora already. Then you have shafaqata, compassion, commiseration, pity, sympathy, tenderness, loving care, mercy. Compassionate is a shafiq. Someone who's shafiq is compassionate, affectionate, kind, tender, sympathetic. Shafuq, same thing. Ashfaqa, look at this. To pity, to sympathize, to commiserate. To sympathize. But I thought it means fear. I didn't know it means sympathy. The translators told me it means fear. They have so many words that they translate as fear to bring you, the human, into that state. To be concerned with, feel anxiety, fear. Oh, okay. How do you reconcile that? The things that you're concerned with, you can sympathize with. If you don't care about something, then you cannot have sympathy for them. Look at this. To shun, to shirk something. Interesting. Ishfaq, the actual process. You know how salam is related to Islam, the process of salam? Compassion, pity, sympathy, commiseration. Tenderness, care, concern. Mashfiq. Okay, you get the idea. This is what this phenomenon is related to. This is what people feel when they observe it, has almost like a hypnotizing effect. Okay. I'm going to talk more, obviously, about this phenomenon, but I just want to give you a bit of a context as to what these lights in the sky mean for us. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Manji. That's why it's next to the word khashia. Khashia is awe, reverence. A healthy fear, like fear to disappoint. Yeah, it's lost in the translation. It's completely lost in the translation. Nobody would know to look because most people are unfortunately intimidated by Arabic. As you can imagine, and it's perfectly understandable. But once you get over that intimidation, you have so much power given to you and sovereignty to read the words of your Lord. Those are his words. Don't make any mistake. That's what's preserved, that Arabic text and everything around that in that book. The translations are actually hadith, funny enough. They're just riwayat. That's what mankind concludes or interprets from it. And of course, shayateen, they have a huge hand to play in those translations. Okay. So let me just show you this word. Now you've heard of fitra. Okay. Fitra has a ta. But then there's another word, fatra. It doesn't get the same amount of pondering that fitra does. This fatra is related to a period of time. And I'm going to just show you the ayah right here. This is just the translation, okay? And then we'll go word by word. O people of the scripture, there has come to you our messenger to make clear to you the religion after a period of suspension of messengers. Lest you say, there came not to us any bringer of good tidings or a warner. But there has come to you a bringer of good tidings and a warner, and Allah is over all things competent. Okay. So, يا أهل الكتاب قد جاءكم, our messenger, يبين لكم على فترة. This is the main thing. So, okay, our messenger, now they don't actually put the word on here. Because it wouldn't make sense with what they're trying to convey. They're trying to convey that basically there's 600-year gap between Jesus Christ and Muhammad. But Jesus Christ, he didn't just have no messengers after him. The entire genealogy and chronology of the messengers in the Quran has nothing to do with the Bible. So what is this period? It doesn't say suspension. That's in brackets. They had to add that in there so people don't get any ideas. And it doesn't say make clear to you the religion. It just says to make clear to you. Make evident to you. What? Notice the context. It's about a people that have the Quran. It's related to them, that claim no warner came to us. What period of time does that sound like? We're under the impression that the Prophet Muhammad came 1400 years ago, roughly. That is a baseless claim. The reason why is because the Prophet Muhammad is not done. You understand? And I'm going to show you what I mean by this. Yes, this is the 19th ayah, so don't worry. It's just like all the other ayahs. Lakum ala fatratin min ar-rusul. Wouldn't the messengers include Muhammad? Of course it would. So this period of cessation is after Muhammad. And Allah is saying that we sent our messenger, he's come to you upon this fatra. From all of the messengers, including him. Lest you say, what came to us from a bringer of glad tidings? Already has come to you. Yes, he did. That's why we have the Quran today. Quran today, because he did come. However, this period, if you look at what that word means, fatra, they have to put their interval of cessation because they don't know how to explain it. You can use one word. Interregnum. Okay. So no, unfortunately, the people on earth today, literally like walking around, reading the Quran itself, that doesn't fit the qualifications of a messenger, a Rasul. No. There are no messengers right now. Just the indications of them. Just look around. Just look around all of the evidence around you. Clearly, there's indications the Creator has conveyed messages via whatever means at his disposal to us in our past. That's why we have this book. What is an interregnum? A period of time between the end of a sovereign's reign and the accession of another sovereign. A period of time during which normal executive leadership is suspended or interrupted. An intermission in any order of succession, any breach of continuity in action or influence. Recess, hiatus, moratorium. The messengers are literally caliphs. Some of them are called kings, some of them chiefs. Whatever what you want to say, it's a type of leader. And clearly, don't have that. We have claims of a Mahdi and a Messiah and some kind of a occulted leader. Allah's telling you, this time is just a little pause on messengers, revelation, ayahs in the heavens and the horizons and the earth. All of the things the Quran talks about. That's why this is a apt moment for humanity to be deceived. And like I told you, the prophets, the messengers, they're not done yet. Because the Quran, it encompasses not just this time, but every possible type of existence. It talks about Jannah. It talks about the creation of everything. It talks about our history, the history of the jinn. It talks about the hour. That's really the end of the hiatus. Why? Because in an instant, you're going to see all of these indications actually become ayahs. I'll explain what the difference is. But right now, what we have are symbols. Symbols of what? Symbols of the actual thing described in the Quran, in those Arabic words. So when you do all of these, literally think about it. Anything that you do in your personal life, even if you ponder upon your body, upon your life, your everything, it's just symbolic of the epitome of that in the Quran. And it's a really good point here, Nihal, because think about this. The Prophet Muhammad logically existed as a human during his spreading of the good news of the Quran at some point in our history. And that's obviously a lot closer in our history than we're told. Something happened to start this hiatus period, which is actually our recorded history. That's actually what it is. And if you think about it, when this ends, the hour begins. These people on the earth today are connected to the Prophet Muhammad. How could you say that? I thought he had daughters or some kind of lineage. No, no, no. Everything the Prophet Muhammad did in his actual seerah. Strange. Why not just call it his life, the life and times of the Prophet Muhammad? Nope. They call it his journeys, his travels. Because he would need to have traveled and done all of these expeditions of the previous messengers. That's why he's special. He's special among them, as I don't even know why Allah uses the word seal or ring of the Nabiyyin. But imagine, right now on the earth, these are the only people that could, understandably, logically, are the remnants, descendants of remnants, of what happened during Muhammad's time. Our ancestors came before. They don't have this memory. And we don't know what was in the revelations from before. It's basically similar to the Quran. I'm sure the Quran quotes those revelations in its ayat. But just think for a moment. There's a remembrance that's desperately needed in our time, because it's almost like we don't have a context whatsoever. We don't have the kind of epitome of the creation that our ancestors had. We've devolved. And this is just part and parcel with the lead up, the prelude to the great event. Okay? Interregnum. No leader, no messenger, just a vacuum of power. And you can imagine who rises to the top in this time. The worst people. This is the shayateens' time to shine, because what they're doing, maybe unknowingly, maybe knowingly, is setting up most of humanity to imagine that the hour happens now, in this period called the fatra, so that when they wake up in new bodies, when the hour actually starts, when the test actually begins and the clock is coming down, they think that that's over. That's the end of the world. And then they'll see the earth, it's all renewed and everything, all prepared. Wow, we must be in Jannah. We must be in. However, it's insane. It's such a blessing to be alive in this time, to be able to like talk about these things, knowing that this is like the biggest possible conspiracy you can imagine. So this word ashratuha is connected to the hour. This is the only time this word is used, and this root is used. Sharata. Then do they await except that the hour should come upon them unexpectedly? But already there have come its indications. Then what good to them when it has come will be their remembrance. This is such a powerful ayah. Let me just zoom in a bit here. And I don't believe in coincidences anymore. That ayah is in Surah Muhammad, just in case there's any confusion. Why is the hour? Why does she already have all of her indications arrived? Remember, they tell you the Quran came down 1400 years ago. So right when the Prophet was reciting that in the fictitious history, the people around him should be like, oh, okay, so the hour is just coming now. No, in 1400 years, there's nothing to show that eschatology and hadith has any merit whatsoever. What this ayah actually means is our reality now are just indications of the hour. You know the word al-haqq. They call that the inevitable reality. Some people call that destruction or calamity, because maybe it is for them. But that word is related to haqq, truth. Do you want to know the truth or do you want to live a lie? I prefer the former. Waqi'. This is some kind of a event. Why does the Quran use this terminology? It's like everything is compressed into one period. A term for the nations. Every nation, one term. So when you think about it, this is something that they use to say that the moon was split in the past. Maybe it was, but I really, really doubt it. That the actual splitting happened. Only because these are indications. They're not the events. And don't get too hung up on the word, okay? The definition, I mean. Just think about the context of what it's describing. The Prophet Muhammad's entire earthly temporal existence in the past, the recent past, had all the indications of this. But during the hour when he comes back, along with everyone else, it will no longer be indications because the hour starts the ayahs. Indications lead up. Do you understand that that actually means everything prior to the hour are literally indications of it? Musa, Fir'aun, the splitting of this, anything you can imagine. That's why those stories are there, ready for the future. There's no other history. There's no Mehmet of, the conqueror of Constantinople. There's no Ghazwat al-Hind. There's no, World War II or nothing. That's all fake. I'm saying fake in the sense that It has nothing to do with the story of the Creator. And this is why it says, what good to them when it has come? Will be the remembrance. Yanzuruna. Is this waiting or seeing? Waiting or seeing? Do they see except the hour? Do they observe except the hour? It's observed. Do you know why it's observed? Because the Quran takes place during the hour. From its beginning to its end. Do they observe? It should come to them. It is coming to them. Baghdatan, suddenly. Unexpectedly. It's the most unexpected thing you can imagine. And what's interesting about this is this word, all you have to do is rearrange the roots and you get this word shatara, shatar. Do you know where this word is used? It's actually used for al-Masjid al-Haram. Every time. Shatar al-Masjid al-Haram, shatar al-Masjid al-Haram, shatar al-Masjid al-Haram. They don't know what to do. Both Quranists and the, traditionalists. They don't know what to do. Shatara, I mentioned the very first part of the Mecca series. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Let's find the truth. Bisector. Shatara. And you go back. Sharata. Where do you think the hour will start? It's got to be related. Where do you think these indications are written in the reality? We'll talk about that. Okay. So, I have this kind of like rough kind of visual just to show you what I've been talking about for the past few minutes. And let's just kind of go through it slowly. So, the ula, that's related to the word for the first. That's the part of the creation that comes first. It's 6 days long. Those days are not the are not the length of the days you're familiar with. And it ends, everything ends with the ending, the latter part. So this is the former part, this is the latter part. And compressed into that is human history. So the first human that starts the human history is called Adam. Whoops, I meant to put something else. Adam. Okay. Adam. This is an idea, but we have a day. We have 7 days in the Quran that are basically the creation, the time span of the entire universe. Six of them precede the last day. So clearly, somewhere that 6th day is key for kind of collecting or ending the temporal existence. That's why it's so important for Adam to be born. I shouldn't say born, but created on the 6th day. Because that marks basically the transitional day into the hereafter. They teach this to Muslims all over the world, that Adam, even Christians and Jews and everything, but they don't think much about what that means. That's why even in the Arabic days of the week, the 6th day is one of only 2 that is not named after a number. It's named Jumu'ah. That's when the Muslims go to pray on the Friday. That's the 6th day. So all of this literally is from that long bar to the other long bar, the 6th day of creation. Perhaps even a part of it. I don't even know if it's the whole thing. So in the order, you have Nuh. And you can look this up. I think it's Surah 3, Ayah 33. Adam, we chose Adam, and Nuh, and Ali Ibrahim, and Ali Imran upon the worlds. So that's the order. Adam, Nuh, Ibrahim, oops, I didn't mean to put that. Experiencing some technical difficulties. Okay. Let's put Ibrahim. Sorry if it's a bit choppy. I don't know what's going on. All right. Oh, that's easier. I'll just do that. Ali Ibrahim. Then we have Imran. Who is the son of Imran in the Qur'an? Well, they don't like to talk about this in the traditional mainstream Islam, but it's actually Musa. Simple logic. Maryam, sister of Harun. Maryam, daughter of Imran. Harun, brother of Musa. Musa, brother of Maryam. Musa, son of Imran. And that's who comes next in this lineage. Musa, the most mentioned person by name by far in the Quran. And that's why I kind of put him pretty much in the middle. He showed the greatest ayahs, al-ayat al-kubra. He is the prototype for the Prophet Muhammad. Allah says in the Quran, "We've sent to you a messenger like what we have sent of a messenger to Fir'aun." That's Musa. At least Musa. Harun is his kind of assistant in that. But Musa is the one that is clearly like the obvious hero of that story. Then we have Suleiman. Why do we have Suleiman after Musa? Well, The first mention of Suleiman's father is with the term Eli Musa wa Eli Harun. So that means there's already been a dynasty established by the time Dawood and his son Suleiman come onto the scene. You might think that Isa or Jesus Christ is the one that comes after. No. Didn't I tell you? Musa is the brother of Maryam. So Isa is actually pretty much a contemporary, if not the next generation from Musa. That means Suleiman comes after Isa. Who comes after Suleiman? The same person that comes after all of them. And his name is Muhammad. There's something special about Muhammad's time because Muhammad's earthly existence encapsulates the entire history of mankind. I'm sure that during his time, it would be some kind of symbol as well. It would, in a way, because it's still not the hour, but it would be pretty glorious to us, to say the least. So that's why Muhammad's time is like a summary of the messengers. It kind of seals them, okay? Just get rid of this. So one sec. Suleiman's story is really pivotal because it's connected to Saba. I'm going to talk about Saba later in the stream. Saba is connected to Iblis, and you'll see why. But something happened where those shayateen, under the control of Suleiman, that's his name, they're free now. So at some point, the Prophet Muhammad is sent. And guess what? I really should put here instead of his name. The last reset. There was a point when the Prophet Muhammad, it's in Surah 44, called the smoke. We'll talk about that too. He doesn't mention his name, but I've already presented on the other stream. I forget which name it is, but you'll find it in the Quran live streams. That alludes to a messenger that's Kariman and Amin, trustworthy and noble. And he speaks to Fir'aun. I already told you Muhammad was sent, the messenger of this book was sent like the messenger sent to Fir'aun. He makes an Isra. And that's not just going from Mecca to Jerusalem. It's really traversing the world. So there was a reset of the earth right when Muhammad's warning for the hour, basically all the warnings in the Quran are for the hour, because the prophets knew this knowledge. And that's why the believing man from Fir'aun's household, his dynasty, his bloodline, or his clan, there's a believing man in Surah 40. And he tells him, I fear for you a day, like the day of the companies. Why is he talking about this? This hasn't happened. Because he knows they will be brought back to life again. So the last great reset is basically like a combined disasters. Because you got to imagine, the Prophet Muhammad has many hats he has to wear, many roles and functions as this particular messenger. He has to warn all the worlds. So there's a lot of travel involved. The Sirat al-Nabi. He has to warn Thamud. He has to warn Fir'aun. He has to warn Aad. He has to warn the jinns. He has to warn his people. He has to warn people of Lut. All of those peoples had some relevance in his time. And now we have a totally generated history and politics and perspective that's instilled from you since you're a baby. That goes against this idea, this message from the Quran. So you're not prepared. Here it is. This is the Fatra. Okay. Here we are. Whoops. Now, I don't really know the details when it comes to the ins and outs of this idea. But I'll tell you right now. The hour is still empty. Okay. It starts here. Okay. This bracket because remember, it has to work in all cases. The dunya is basically, you could argue, is the nearest, the most inferior part before the hereafter, before the hour. During the hour, that's technically part of the dunya. That's why I mentioned another stream, al-hayat ad-dunya, and all of the things that are beautified during that time. They happen in the past, and they happen during the hour. But guess what? Now we have just the indications of it. You don't really find winged horses anymore. You don't really find like unimaginable amounts of gold and silver, everything else. But what will happen is, you see this big bracket? That becomes symbolized in our time since the last reset. Then everything before it becomes in the smaller bracket during the hour. Then the world ends. Not when the hour starts, it ends when the hour anchored. That's why they tell you the aurora borealis is some kind of like, they just kind of play as Firaun or something, saying that aurora borealis is some kind of an experiment or magic, or no. It's the real thing, like a little glimmer of it. Do you know what HARP means? I mentioned this before. Hyperactive Auroral Research Program. They named it that because that's all they study. That's why it's in Al-Aqsa, which has a city called Anchorage. Anchorage of Al-Aqsa studies the aurora. Why? Why name it harp as if it's connected to angels? And no, angels are not some kind of a rank. They are these very precious beings that are basically they act literally as these kind of supervisors, managers, given specific permission by the Lord of the worlds, Allah. So I hope you see now why they want you desperately to believe these lights are just gonna, they kind of, have you noticed they kind of ignore this in Islam? They talk about the war in Palestine and Israel. They talk about Mahdi, and they talk about all kinds of things. But these lights, it just flies under the radar. Even though these rabbis that look like Muslims, and I guess they just put the label, I'm a sheikh, I'm a masheikh, I'm a priest, I'm an imam. They, let me show you guys something, okay? This is a Salafi channel. And let me see if I can find it. I couldn't believe when I saw this. It was like the first video that jumped at me. Where is it? I know it's somewhere. Oh, there it is. Please look at this thumbnail and tell me that they don't know what's going on. You guys don't see it. One sec. Boom. What's in the thumbnail? 10 months ago. The Islamic, Christian, Jewish, all of these religions, even the sciences, even the various academic disciplines, they're literally occult societies light. They're just the bottom rungs initiating the masses to be occultists. Because if you do choose to become one of these shayateens in human form, you will get some of this insight where you put these like lights over the mountainscape. Has nothing to do with jinn, by the way. Nothing whatsoever. Possession, or I don't know why you would pick. I guess it's just a cool little background. It's a very relevant background. And this is just 10 months ago. But guess what? That comes at a cost. When you accept this Kabbalah thing, masquerading as the truth, you have to do it on their terms. There's terms and conditions. You sign away your hereafter. Literally. So when they say like they sell their souls to Satan, right? Like the celebrities believe in Kabbalah, and all the priests and all these like celebrity personalities in all kinds of like the public space and social media. They sell the hereafter for the life of this world. I think that's the actual word that's used, selling. Ashtara. That's where the French word acheter comes from. So, what do you think is better? Do you think it's better to just focus, remember on the Quran, reflect and ponder and think, reason? Why does this book exist? Why does it explain this in such a non human way? Or is it better to cheat on the test? Get a little nuggets that make you feel special, make you feel like you're in the club, in the exclusive VIP lounge. Really, what it does is it signs away your entire destiny. You put it in the hands of your own God. That's why they have to dress like this. Have you ever wondered, why do these people have to do all these rules and dress like this? Why do they all look like so demented as they age and stuff? It's because they're deceivers. They are. They haven't clued you into a single aspect of the unseen, which the Quran totally gives you. Totally. There's no cheating in Allah's test. Exactly. If you cheat, then you're in a worse position, actually. You got to come clean. Warning to all of you elites, if you get wind of this stream, I'm giving you the opportunity. Come clean. It'll be better for you because you don't know how you're being used. You really, the people at the very top are quite possibly the most demented, deposed, just little agents of shaitan you can imagine. I'll give you an example. In the Quran, Fir'aun is quite possibly the most powerful person to ever exist in, on that side of history. And it's interesting that in a realm where they see him as God, he himself has gods of his own. Because you could worship yourself technically if you want to, but his counsel, he tells him, like, Musa wants to evict your gods, drive away from your gods. You, Fir'aun specifically. Fir'aun is actually a mushrik at the end of the day. And he is the means by which all of these people that are below him enter hell. Because at the end of the day, they just follow him as their Lord, him as their God. He's kind of like these scholars. They just get every single word. And they've done like experiments, like they'll just switch the words of scholars and basically prove that their students blindly follow anything that has their name after it. So Fir'aun, he actually has the true Kabbalah. And all these red string people and all the people underneath him, they're just tools. They're just instruments. For example, these people, they have to do these superstitious gymnastics routines. They have to do the yoga positions. They don't want to, but they have to keep the illusion so the people under them, just all the way down to the pyramid, they all keep this stupid system in check. But Fir'aun himself, the one that is literally like, he's like Shaitan's like prodigy, if you want to call it. He doesn't even know what Rabb al-Alameen is. He asked Musa, what is the Lord of the worlds? I can imagine Musa is probably thinking like, why did my Lord send me to this retard? Why did my Lord send me to such a disgustingly arrogant person? And he doesn't even know the basics. Maybe it's because he's literally possessed. He doesn't have any ounce of humanity left. This is what happens. The higher up you go, all the way to the top. So it says that Quran actually ends min al jinnati wan nas. So the shayateen work as jinns in and of themselves, but also via the humans that they possess. Funny that this thing is called possession by the jinn. This scholar looks possessed himself. So it's like you have to always put things into perspective. Yes, it's a lot harder, and there's a lot more down the road in this journey, but it's so much more rewarding because that could make the difference. If you do the work yourself, it could make the difference between you remembering or forgetting. What do you want to do? Do you want to wake up? Oh, I remember. The hour's here. Okay, great. So it started. Now I have this new body. Now I know this world is just the enjoyment of the dunya before the akhirah. And everything this solo Qur'ana guy said, before in my earthly existence, it's come to fruition. It's now I know that I'm not going to be deceived by the absolute beauty, the beautification of that world. And I'm not going to follow my ancestors who are incarnated with me. Always keep in mind, they want you to think the hour's happening now. What these lights are right now, or last night, and it's ongoing, but last night for sure, is telling you the position we are in this hiatus period. It's like a map of what will happen during the hour, what happened in history, in some kind of like a sequence, right? So, think about it. We reach an age where we have these devices, right? And these devices, we don't understand really how they work. They just work, no wires, just lightning speed, instantaneous communication, pretty much. Doesn't this remind you of Suleiman's time? Sure does remind me of that. Keep in mind, Suleiman's time is a marker in that succession on the screen. What do you think the marker for Muhammad's time is? Well, I'm here to tell you, you're going to be hearing a lot of these channels that I just shared, something like that. You're going to hear a lot of these channels talk about the Mahdi. A lot of Christian channels talk about Christ, the Messiah. There's even like a TikTok trend now where like the Star of Jacob has appeared. That means Jesus Christ has come back. No, that's not the case. They're ramping things up. Allah says that they try to escalate the hour. So Birdsong, great question, by the way. The smart devices are black mirrors. That's what they are. We've had that in the past. This is nothing new. This is just modern version, contemporary version of that past technology. We're told in the Quran, devils allowed for so much to work in Suleiman's era. Like a whole ton of work. And these devices, yeah, they're a degraded version, but they're a symbol of that time. So, for example, a jinn can bring something to you instant. It can produce something like that for you, like, Aladdin, Genie. Right now, at your fingertips, you can, my voice right now is going into various households around the world. Through what? How does that work? Undersea cables? Do you really think that there's undersea cables? No, there's an ether. There's an unseen ether that the circuitry summons these creatures. Yeah, if you look at demonic sigils, they look exactly like circuit boards. They pretty much are. Like, it's not even hidden, Even Elon Musk, he tells you, AI, it's like summoning the demon. AI is just a modern term for this technology where shayateen were chained and they do the bidding of the humans that use these lamps. Okay. And we have reached a period in history, eventually, where this is a reality. You can go through university with a breeze because all you have to do is tell an AI to write an essay for you. Does it right off the bat, instantly. It's not simply algorithms. It's a glimmer, like I see here, right? Fatra ashratuha. It's a glimmer of what happened in the past, what will be definitely possible in the future. Suleiman's era. You go back further, go all the way to the last reset. You know what you'll find? The earliest photographs, people are just, they start from scratch, like Adam. So Adam is represented in this hiatus period, because your ancestors, you can only go back so far, and they basically orphans. They don't know who they are, where they come from. They barely have clothes on them. Like Adam, he doesn't have any parents either. He starts, and the world is so natural. There's just jungles and wilderness. Exactly, out there, it's fact. Empty cities. Then time goes on, nations emerge. You start to see more like the colonial empires emerge all of a sudden. I don't know how this happens, but the idea is the same. Empire subjugates these Beni Israelites as slaves, sold around the world as slaves, moved around. Doesn't that remind you of the pharaonic time period, Musa's time? It's all encapsulated in this hiatus period. That's why this is such a special time. There's no other time where you can see this pattern. Until, think about it, Dawood, right? So, Dawood, right? Allah says, work, O clan of Dawood. In the last century, not even, the last few decades of the last century, pretty much after World War II or something, you have this golden age called the American century or whatever. And it's just booming. The economies, especially in the West, building skyscrapers in the Middle East, everywhere, just building. Obviously on the backs of human slave labor, but it mimics the building of Dawood's time. Yeah, exactly. It's basically a recap of human history to remind you what to expect because you never saw it yet. The signs are supposed to be around and within. So, wouldn't it make sense that the Quran will only be proven true no matter what you look at, no matter what time? It will always be true in every way. That's why I said, like, whatever way that you interpret the Quran, with the capacity you have to understand it or even be aware of it, believers will always be believers. So that when the hour comes and you have the opportunity to show to Allah what you're made of, quite literally, you won't fail. But guess what? Look at the world today. Does it make sense to you now, maybe, how most people could be sent to hell? You're supposed to observe the world that you live in. It's not just you live only in the dunya or only in the akhirah. You have to balance both. You have to realize like they're constantly clashing with each other. And the dunya is just a reminder. But this is something that is exploited by shaitan, right? So now we have these lights. And these lights can only happen at night, in a night. Even the 24-hour cycles of night and day, that's also a reminder. Okay. The Quran was sent down in the night. The Prophet Muhammad, that's his legacy. Those lights would have to be during his time as well, probably on a greater scale. Probably more knowledge was around back then, but something was crumbling because think about it. Suleiman is described, something happens, the death comes to Suleiman, and the jinn who've been chained for so long, they didn't realize the future. They didn't know. So all of a sudden, the shayateen, they realize, hey, we're not slaves anymore. We can actually affect the world now, independent of humans. And they do. So, in a way, I would imagine, however many prophets or messengers in between Suleiman and Muhammad, not sure. I just know the succession. He has to come after Suleiman. Suleiman represents some kind of a pinnacle of Bani Israel, of humanity. So Muhammad is representative of the hour because this is when that pinnacle starts to decline because the shayateen have more influence, not less. You could call it a dark age, literally, because there would be this night, this blessed night, the Prophet Muhammad is sent as a mercy to the worlds. The Quran itself is a mercy to the worlds. And if you think about it, we are now in a moment where that's possibly the marker of how much time is left in this, what do you want to call it, dunya, hiatus period, essentially. This more temporal existence, right? So what they're going to do is they're literally going to recreate by their own design, their own plots and schemes. I've already mentioned this on the last stream. So take a look at what might happen in the future. To convince people hour came in their lifetime. That's all it is. So that they ignore when it actually starts, they will ignore it. They won't even realize it's there. The people during that time will say, What is the hour? Imagine they think that they already experienced it. At least, you know, people like immediate. That's a very good point, Birdsong. So Suleiman is related to the devil's teaching, sihr. Isn't that interesting? There's something that happened. Even an imposter, some kind of a jasad that's put on Suleiman's kursi, and that becomes that's the same word used for that golden calf. You know, all of this history is so intertwined. It's not simply linear. It's more like fractal, if anything. Kabbalah, the perversion of Suleiman's use of shayateen. Perhaps. I think what Kabbalah is shaitan taking out the unseen and placing in its, as a replacement, principles that work for the jinn and are catastrophic for the humans. So many of them. Democracy, conformity, feminism, transgenderism, transhumanism. These are all principles that don't work for humans. Veganism. While taking out the unseen. The unseen being like hijab not being an article of clothing. In the Quran, it's actually a physical partition between the worlds. And they put it on their head because the hijab is over people who are in hell. The salah motions are related to, people in hell as well. They are. Allah says, "Thumma al-jahim salluhu." Yeah, exactly. Inverting space and time. Like, I go on and on. Just it's that's all Shaitan does to corrupt, inverts things. So, Surah Al-Fatiha. Everybody knows the surah. What most people don't realize is the surah is revealing itself to so much of the world. Okay? Right now. And it concerns the worlds. And because Beni Israel are preferred over the worlds, that's us, that's humanity. Sorry, but it is. That's what the surah is revealed. It's from that perspective, Beni Israel. Let me just take a quick break and then I'll go through the ayahs again. Because I think a lot of people haven't seen me talk about this. Be right back. So. Alrighty. Thanks so much for waiting. I just wanted to put Surah Al-Fatiha on the screen because of this ayah. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim. Ayah 6. Oh, birdsong. We'll talk about that. There are humans that you've never seen before. You've only heard legends about them that are not part of Bani Israel. Bani Israel is all you've ever seen, unless you've ventured beyond the map. But yeah, I think some people have encountered them, like eyewitnesses. But okay, we'll talk about that, inshallah. What does this literally mean? Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim. The safest literal translation that I have, if you find me someone that translates it this way, I'm all ears, but I haven't found anyone. Guide us of the sirat, of the mustaqim. So this sirat is not metaphysical, it's just literal. The guidance itself, literal. Hey, I'm lost. Can you tell me where to go? Can you just guide me to where I need to go? Oh, no problem. Okay, it's just around the corner there. That's what guidance means. It sounds, maybe not as poetic, but trust me, this literal guidance is the most astounding thing you can imagine. Why doesn't it say to, towards? You could also see it from the angle that guide us straight path. That's the means for it. But that doesn't make as much sense, only because later I'll show you Shaitan actually understands his greatest fear. His greatest fear is Bani Israel. Because I remember I showed you in that yin-yang schematic. Shaitan he's kind of from the losers of the jinns. They're called shayateen. They're Iblis's tribe. They are cognate with the humans that are believers. And yes, there are humans all over the different flavors of humanity that are believers, for sure. But they're a tiny minority. And I'm not saying spiritual guidance. Like, I don't know how to frame this. It doesn't mean it's more important. It's just the backdrop for spiritual guidance is geographic. That's why nobody will put any attention to like the home of humanity being in the center of the universe. Like, imagine how amazing that is. You literally walk or move in a direction of your past and your future. How can that not be spiritual? Of course it's spiritual. Using the stars, Allah guiding the hearts. Your heart is a magnet. That place is a magnet. The birds, the bees, they have magnets in them. They're guided by them. It's literal and it's profound. So, what if that path is coming to us? Has anyone thought maybe that's so strange? Why wouldn't Allah put ila, towards, as-sirat al-mustaqim? It's not simply something that we're guided towards. Elsewhere, it does say that. Elsewhere, it does say, towards a path, towards a straight path, towards. But here it doesn't, because it's trying to align the people mentioned in this surah. This is a strange surah because it's from the perspective of a people. It's Allah's words quoting a people. He does that all the time in the Quran. These people are the believers, Bani Israel. They're the most important class of humans here now. That's where all the prophets come from, basically. I mean, as far as we can tell, most of them. And it makes sense because the truth is in the middle. Bayyina. The Prophet yubayyinu makes evident. The signs of Musa, mubin, baina, between. That's what Bani Israel are defined by. This is the optimal space for humans to flourish, the middle. So Shaitan, oh, and by the way, this path is actually associated with this exact people, if you're not aware, because it says Sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim. That's Bani Israel. Just search that phrase, an'amta alayhim, the next 3 times. That's all it's talking about, the children of Israel. غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. That tells you who is filtered out of that promise of ascension to Jannah. Yeah, the Sirat. It's so funny. They completely neglect the signs as anything except literal phenomena from the unseen. We can't observe the whole thing. That would defeat the purpose of it being unseen. But we see the effects. We don't literally see the jinns, but we see their effects from possession. We don't literally see the straight path, but we see its effects, the aurora borealis. It's even called a bridge in the mythology, and it has an effect on our world, and it's growing in its effect. That's why they're freaking out. And Allah's saying, the people that are connected to, think about it. Isra, the night journey. Why does it have to be a night journey? Can't the Prophet travel in the daytime? No. This journey is done during a night. These lights are available during the night. Now, Bertson, these are people from Bani Israel that otherwise will be included in this promise. But again, remember, most of humanity, they go to hell. That's just how it is. I'll explain in the next stream why. But most of Bani Israel cause corruption. Kafirin, ظالمين, munafiqeen, mushrikeen. That's who's included in that. Al-maghdubi alayhim. That's not Yahud and Nasara. You could put in there Yahud and Nasara, but that's misleading because then you think in your mind the modern religions of Judaism and Christianity. No. Al-maghdubi alayhim. Kafirin. Think of the 2 surahs connected as a pair. Al-kafirun. Al-munafiqun. What's hard to believe? I just told you Bani Israel are the ones an'amta alayhim. You think that's you think that's hard to believe? Sorry, I don't want to take too much time, but that's the reality. That's the reality. I'm sorry to say. It's something that becomes a guiding principle for all the other information. That's something that's made clear to every single person that takes the Quran as the only source of truth, pure unadulterated truth. Allah says so often, most of them, just look where it says most of them in the Quran, it's always bad. 100% of the time. Most of them. And then look where it says except a few and see what it says about that. I'm sorry. It will make more sense if you watch the last stream. So yeah, exactly, Nihal. It's hard for humans to not commit shirk, definitely. Okay. Bani Israel. This is what this lights concerns. You think the Prophet is not from Bani Israel? The Prophet is the epitome of this community, this people. The whole Quran discusses this particular group of humans. That's basically what we would define as a human. Over 50 times. More than Bani Adam. Why? Does the Quran endorse Judaism? No. Judaism's fake. Christianity, the Church of Israel? No, Christianity's fake. Doesn't exist according to the Quran. They made these things after so that you miscalculate what you need to understand, really. I mean, they're creating so many pathways for people to enter hell, and they fall for it, unfortunately, because they don't take this Quran seriously. They think it's a book of poetry, a book of metaphors, a book of just incomplete, added to, not preserved technically. That's what they believe about it. So that's why they don't actually see what it's saying. They have to use the world and the experts to explain it when it explains the experts in the world. It doesn't just explain itself, the Quran. The Quran explains the ultimate reality. That's deep. So I want to show you that one ayah from the Quran about shaitan. See if I can find it. Here we go. Surah Al-A'raf, ayah 16. Okay. Shaitan said in his conversation with Allah, because you have put me in error, I'll surely sit for them of your path of the mustaqim. For them. Not on. There's no word for on there. For them of your path. Bani Israel. It totally sits well with me, Birdsong. Do you know why? Because I introduced the concept from the Quran. Thank you, Brazen. That gives everyone a clean slate and no one an excuse. Babies die before they're even born. Do you really think this is where people's faith is tested? They're not even get the opportunity to understand, mostly. During the hour, everyone's resurrected. Ready. Fully capable. Adult. All the signs present. All their ancestors present. Nothing is hidden. It's revealed in sequence, exactly on cue, and you can't actually doubt it. You know, in the Quran it says the hour, no doubt, no doubt in it whatsoever. That doesn't mean you should believe in it. That means you can't accept, no, it's true. You can only deny. Deny, 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 deny. It's not the hour. It's not the hour. The Quran, same thing. No doubt in the Quran. Basically, even the jinn can't hide anymore. I know it sounds crazy. This is how the unseen is treated in the West. Even in the East, it's confused. The unseen is the most real aspect of what we would call the cosmos, the universe. You can't hide who you are during that time. You will reveal who you are on the inside, on the outside. I mean, you got to imagine Birdsong like this explains the entirety of the justice, why no just injustice is done to the worlds ever. And the scholars of Islam, they ignore that. They want you to think this is the test. They're literally agents to ensure most of you go to hell. Unknowingly. I'm telling you unknowingly because there's such a massive hierarchy for this deception. Massive. Everything you can imagine. The globe itself is a deception unimaginable in its scale in this time. And even that has doubt. So you can see like the illusions start breaking down as the hour comes, as that period starts. This video is part of it. Those hardworking, decent people, their hearts, if they're believers, even if they never heard of the Quran, they will pass the test during the hour. They'll recognize, yeah, this is true. This is my Lord. I always knew this to be true. Now I see. That's why this shafaq is connected to a trait of humanity about empathy, sympathy, compassion, mushfiqeen, not fear. I mean, if you think about it, can your heart biologically have coverings over it? Allah says that hearts become like stones, even harder. Is that poetry? Or is that a new creation that humanity doubts in? That their bones will be resurrected, their dust, even if they're dust, brought back, their soul into this body that has the capacity for the heart to be covered and turned to like stone. Can't happen now. Now, only symbolically happens. But Allah's word is absolute. Absolute. It's like that's what it is. He's the creator. He willed everything already. Even what I'm saying to you, that's written. That's already written. Every single second of it. So just don't be in doubt. Embrace embrace the truth from your Lord. This ayah explicitly shows Bani Israel, the believers, from them are the biggest thorn in the side of Shaitan. I'm telling that to you so there's no fear of Shaitan anymore. He literally has to sit somewhere. You can imagine where that is. Near the axis mundi. I've described this before anyway. Just watch the live streams. Because he's scared. Allah tells you not to fear him. He says Shaitan and his allies, and they fear. Not but fear me. Shaitan and his allies fear. They know where they're going. And they want to take as many of us down with them. He doesn't have authority if you're from the mukhlasin that finish the test. This brings me to this. There's different words for one word. That should strike a chord with you. When you see different words in Arabic with one word in English or in any translation, that should strike a chord with you. Something's wrong. Allah is not redundant at all, not even close. So you could say dukhan is smoke. There's many different words you could pick there. Is it a fume or a smoke or a mist or vapor or whatever? You get this idea. That's what it is. But nuhas is clearly not that. I've mentioned before, this is related to the word for copper. Just watch the Mecca series part 3. This happened actually before there was any auroral activity. And nuhas, the color of copper, as it's ignited, because if you go to this ayah, it's beautiful. It says, Shu'adh min narin wa nuhasin. Wa nuhasun. A flame of fire and smoke? No, that's not what's thrown at people that try to transgress the aqtar. What do you think is going to happen? Do you think it's just a reward that's for everybody? يا أيها الذين آمنوا يا أيها الناس يا أيها النبي يا أيها الإنسان. Anas doesn't mean all of mankind, because all of mankind is not the problem. It's a portion of mankind. You think like there's not other types of humans? I'm going to talk about that. They already tell you there's other types of humans, that they went extinct. They never went extinct. Okay. A shuwath from a fire and a copper. That's literally what it says. And yeah, some translations get that correct, but they never tell you what that means. Where have you seen this? Fire? When copper is ignited, it's green. And by the way, they tell you this is a shawadh anyway. The word shawadh actually means flare. That's how it's used today, even. Not just a flame, like any old flame. This is something shot from the heavens. Green, smoke-like fire. They always describe the aurora borealis as a fire. It looks like that. It's plasma. It's the same substance as fire. They tell you. Fire, lightning, auroras, coronas of a solar eclipse. It's all plasma. Plasma is fire. So, aqtar. Which prophet is related to the word aqtar? If I go to this ayah and I go to this part. Ya ma'ashar al-jinn wal-insi. This is what you're talking about. Ins. That's the whole Adamic races. But let me just show you one sec. Lost it. if you're able to go beyond from aqtar as-samawat wal-ard, this word is related. They translate this as copper. They translate this as copper. You know what this story is talking about? This is a spring. Ain of Qitr. Dhal Qarnain. Funny enough, he has the technology of Dawood and Suleiman. It's not really technology, it's just manipulating the natural world, iron and copper. What's funny about that is Al-Qitr Ain. We made it flow. This is going to be very important when you look at this. This word here. Suleiman. Rih. The wind. That's not just the blowing wind you see. Okay. Asalna. We cause to flow. This is like related to a torrent. The Qitr spring. Qitr. That's why they named the Middle East after the real places. Qatar, Bahrain, Hijaz, Yemen, Arabiya. They named the after the real places where there's an actual Qitr, where there's actual Bahrain. They put this as molten copper because Al-Qitr is just some kind of a flowing substance that's very hot, because it's related to the word for qitran, pitch, tar, something that garments, they have like some kind of a clothing related to ashab an-nar. Here though, it's telling you aqtariha of what? Samawat wal ard. The heavens and the earth have this barrier, some kind of a limit that you're not allowed to pass without permission. So when you look at this word shu'ath, the first thing you get is shu'ath shamsi. Shu'ath shamsi is a solar flare. They call it in English solar prominence, but it's basically a solar flare. This is what they describe in the NASA sciences as the cause of the aurora. Isn't that interesting? They're clued in that the aurora is connected to the sun. That's why during a solar eclipse, they call that thing a corona, and they know it's based off of plasma. That eclipse is a sign as well of the hour, just like this aurora is. So what does the sun have to do with that? Why would the sun be connected to this green carpet thing in the sky? Interestingly enough, the word for glowing and flashing, those two words I want you to remember, glow and flash. They even hint at it in this Kabbalized translation, the twilight glow, yudiyu. Do you know what else is called al-daw, diya'an? The sun. The sun is that. Also, the color of olive oil, something about this oil from this particular tree. It's not just any olive tree, particular one. Also lightning. Lightning is also plasma as well. You're starting to see that you can't actually explain these things in isolation. You have to look at the connections. This is part of what it means to amilu salihat, as-salihat, the things that are disjointed, reconcile them. illuminated. Okay, 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. All right, we're back. So, this flash, this glowing, is a real thing you can observe. Think about it this way. Have you guys heard of this? The green flash? This is a phenomenon that's connected to the sun. Why would it be connected to the sun? Well, it just so happens sometimes when the conditions are right at the moment or around the moment of sunset or sunrise, you can see this green flash. Okay? That's the sun setting. What does that look like to you? This exact thing we're talking about. Here's the stages of it. It happens so quickly. This is what you see on the horizon. You have this green flash as the sun moves away in the horizon. The basically the limit of your vision. It completely it moves the sun out of your field of vision. Look at this. Green flash. Let me just show you some other pictures. Here's a good one. Green flash. What is going on? Why does the sun have this color? Fajr. Interesting that it happens around sunset and sunrise. This is actually where the Muslims and the Jews, they actually count their days from sunset to sunrise. That's one day for those religions. And technically, the night would signify like it, at least in the Sunni school of thought, the start of night starts at sunset. The Fajr is associated with the dawn, the sunrise. The Fajr is literally, as I showed you, a name for the aurora, the Fajr. It like erupts out. Infijar is an explosion. Even the hurricanes. Have you wondered why we call hurricanes hurricanes? They have no explanation other than some kind of indigenous language. Hurraka, harakat. Harakat, everybody knows harakat in Arabic means movement. Hurricane. It's connected to winds that move. So when you think about it, where have you seen winds discussed all the time? You know, this idea of a polar vortex, it's not really like they're just making everything up. They can't make everything up. They have to draw inspiration from what's true. That's what makes it convincing. Because on a subconscious level, you know what the truth is. That's why you have to remember it. Dhikr. This is part of the remembering of it. We didn't come up with it. It's not like you piece it together from nothing. It's already inside. You already know. You just have amnesia. You're trying to figure out where are we living in? Where did I come from? Who made all this? So, polar vortex is just literally in the word. Where do you think the winds of Suleiman would have blown to, blown from? Um, okay, one more thing. Let me just see here. All right. Every single word you can imagine that's been crafted for you in all the languages, it's phonetically an Arabic word. I know that sounds like such a big conspiracy. It's not really hard to believe that Arabic is actually the basis of our languages, because this is the revelation, the only provable revelation that can be shown to be from the creator. It's there's so many aspects to Arabic as it is. It will only be more true with time to those who have a reasoning capacity. They don't just blindly follow. It will be clear to them this is the mother tongue. I made an entire stream about this idea. In this day, they're trying to convince you that this mother tongue is for a certain amount of people, either Arabs or Europeans, or it's not, it came from another language like Hebrew or Aramaic. What do you think the word aurora, where do you think that came from? Aura, perhaps? That's one possibility. It's interesting that like we really don't get anything tangible from the conclusions around the Quran, from the interpretation. And that, you could argue it's, ignorance at the end of the day. But I think a lot of it is deliberate, pretty much most of it, because if you're in a position like Shaitan is, what's the one thing that really makes the difference between who commits shirk and who doesn't? Who is truly going to be reminded of the truth and who is not? In this life, if you have the capacity and the availability, I mean, the Quran is literally like, it's so accessible now for all the world to see. I mean, it's the Quran. That's the thing, that all of these agendas, they coincide on this knowledge. So they're never going to tell you what aura has to do with exposure. What is the aura of a human being? Truly. Is it just your nakedness? Why wouldn't Allah just say nakedness? Why exposure? Is there something that we can't see about our physical form that's there? Doesn't matter even if we can't see it. Just like Allah. Allah is there even though we don't observe any direct aspect of Him. The angels, the jinns, our ancestors, all these have signs around them, like that they exist. Aura. What is an aura? That's supposed to be pseudoscience in the West, even though the other half of the world acknowledges this is a real thing. If you believe in the spirit, you better believe in the aura. If you believe in salat as a physical thing, oh, I think that's because, let's find the truth, that in the Quran, it is tied to the word for women. But all I want to do is just expand people's minds a bit when it comes to these words. Now, this is such a good example of what it means to just totally corrupt the plain understanding of this. And trust me, every one of you has the capacity to do exactly what I can do, what an Arabic expert can do. As long as you're honest with what's before you of this text, just read it like it is. Don't try to add or take away words from the text. So what we get from the translation is, "O you who have believed, let those whom your right hands possess and those who have not yet reached puberty among you ask permission of you before entering at 3 times, before the dawn prayer, and when you put aside your clothing for rest at noon, and after the night prayer. These are 3 times of privacy for you. There is no blame upon you, nor upon them beyond these periods, for they continually circulate among you." What? Some of you among others? Thus does Allah make clear to you the verses. Allah is knowing and wise. Does that sound like something that the creator of the universe would concern himself with? Think about that. Does that apply equally across the board to everybody? Does that describe the end-all be-all for the ink of the Lord of the worlds? Not at all. And in fact, all you have to do is just look at what's there, word by word. Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu. Here, they have to say, Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu is believers. Because alladhina amanu is already a group. But what's amazing is that that word ayyuha refers to any individual in that group, any of you, any of them, any of her, the ones who believe, any of the prophet. It's always a group. So when you look at it, this is who's addressed. يستأذنكم استأذنكم الذين ملكت أيمانكم والذين لم يبلغوا الحلم. This is the first interesting thing. I'm not gonna pretend to say this is what ma malakat aymanukum means. This is what. No, that's not the point. We have to look at it this way. What can you show doesn't make sense first. Is puberty something that you reach? Yeah, we talk like this in English. You reached puberty. This word yablughu, this is in space. This is a distance. You have reached this. Dhal Qarnayn. He reached between two Saddain. Did Dhul Qarnayn just become 40 years old and then reach this? No, he traveled in distance. So why do they put al-hulm as puberty? Because they have to show you that 40 years is the magical number when you just understand things, when you become accountable. No, 40 years is not when you become accountable. 40 years is the approximate experience of the hour. That's how long the test is experienced as. Because the conversion rate from a day, like 1,000 years, down to an hour is around 40 years. So, al-hulm, do you guys think that means puberty? Al-hulm? Well, apparently it means dream. How did they get away with this? Oh, they got away with it because most of humanity doesn't give a damn. They just want to go and follow what their fathers do. It's so obvious. Of course, there's people that are not aware, but that's why I'm doing this stream. If the knowledge is public, it creates like a failsafe. This is how you actually like follow in the footsteps of the messengers before you, in a way. Obviously, it's like not the same. But what did they warn with? What did the believers, what are they tasked with in this life since this book was revealed? The Quran. The Quran alone is to be taken like to the epitome of what that means. It doesn't mean you refer to the Bible to explain the Quran. No, other way around. Doesn't mean you use riwayat to explain the Quran. Other way around. Why is this puberty? It's the same word as dreams or mindset. You have to wonder, right? And there is another word for dreams. I'm aware of that. But again, there's a physical thing that's reached, not a age. You don't travel to an age of your life. And of course, I mean, if the Prophet is tasked with azwaj, which Allah tells you already, these are the souls that are paired in the end. Clearly, that hasn't happened yet. Clearly, the Prophet's destiny is yet to arrive. The hour solves that problem, that contradiction, apparent contradiction in the Quran. Because now you have a period of time where all of humanity is accountable, that all of humanity has a capacity. Their injustice is not done to them. You want to understand this? If you have the capacity, now. So you don't bank on just remembering it when there is no book in front of you, when you have no context. Allah says those who forget him, they forgot themselves. Like, you understand, it's like it's so much more profound than just repeating the name Allah, 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 Allah over again. You actually have to know what the Quran says in this regard. Where are the Arabs? Where are the Arabic speakers? What's their excuse? I'm not an native Arabic speaker. I just understand this is the language of humanity, of my ancestors. Not the fake forefathers they told me in my history. The ones mentioned in the Quran. All of humanity is explained the entire history with this book. It's not a book of prayer. It's not a book of poetry. Is it a book of rituals or a book of metaphors? Neither. Because this is much grander than anything we could come up with. 3 times from before Salat al-Fajr. Before Salat al-Fajr, does the Fajr do Salat? That's what's implied in the grammar. This is something called Salat that belongs, it's an idafa form, it's possessed by the Fajr. It's not a prayer. It can't be a prayer. The prayer that's done is related, it is related to the phenomena of Salat. Okay? But it's not explained completely as a set of movements of Islamic yoga. And Hina tad'una. Is this word hain mean when? It means a period. It can mean when, while, time. You see, one of the things that they understand the absolute majesty of the Quran. So one of the things that really have to do is make you just totally decontextualize and make minuscule all of these words. So it's just like, wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth, like Sam Garrett's duty of the morning, brush your teeth and put on your clothes and take a shower. this is like a circus what has transpired from what the Quran literally says. And yeah, what can you say? What can you say if you're a Quranist, Quran alone, whatever label you want to put? I prefer the word Muslim. The Quran alone is the means for being Muslim. What do you do with this book? Are you like, if somebody tells you these are angels from the unseen, are you gonna tell them no, it's just ranks of metaphor kind of positions with Allah? I thought we're supposed to believe by the unseen. Can be confident in that. There's no argument. It trumps every interpretation. There's literally no debate. This is how the Quran should be treated. There's no debate. There's just unfolding of what will be proven to be true. Because I guess people need certainty, right? It takes them time. Even if you tell them years in advance and you put in all the movies and you put in all the pop culture and there's all kinds of interest and focus on this, humanity is very disappointing. They are. They are. I get it. There's an ignorance in this time. That's not unaccounted for. But eventually you want to like rise above the herd. It's really a herd when you think about it. You want to, as a believer, you want to be ahead of what they're setting up for people. Exactly. تَضَعُونَ ثِيَابَكُمْ. Does this mean put aside? Did Allah, did he put Becca aside? Did Maryam's mother, the wife of Imran, did she put Maryam aside? My Lord, I have put aside a female. No. This is the word for delivering. She delivered her. I have delivered her. How does this make sense? What are these thiyabakum, garments? I thought the word for clothing was libas. Interestingly enough, it's related to the word for thawab, rewards, something of high value. Mathubatan, recompense, reward. I'm just going off of the contradictions in the mainstream story. Because that's when you can realize something's wrong, deserves study. You're delivering, like you're delivering something in a particular context from the dhahira. What are these thiyab from? Not at, this is from dhahirati. Yes, dhuhr is today understood to be noon. But look at how it's used, this thing in the Quran. Backers, backs, your backs, back up each other. Something that's made to appear. Dhahir is something like on the surface level. Apparent. Like Ya'juj and Ma'juj, they didn't try to scale this barrier. It was not apparent to them. It was invisible to them. Dhahara. And from after, al-Isha'i Salah. This Salah belongs to this event called al-Isha. Is this just night? I thought Layl was night. Oh, it's just evening. You have to be very specific with your words. You have to. That's the only way the Quran will have no contradictions in its meaning. Really, the only thing for us at this time is to really get a hold on the meaning. How do we understand how this book operates in time and space? Its message. We have a Lord that put everything for us, carbon copy, in these Quran, in this Quran today. All its copies today. So I feel it's our job to take an interest, at least. Don't have to get everything right. Probably will, in the end, you will not even envision what the reality is, but at least get a sense, a flavor, a taste of it. So you don't get stooped into the war games of our time. Turning away, ya'shu al-dhikr. You have to look at every single root. I mean, you have to look at every single root as it is. All the words from it are connected in meaning. ثلاث عورات, plural. Times of privacy. Where did they put times in there? I guess, yes, there are 3 times. But those things are talking about events. Al-Fajr, Al-Dhahira, Al-Isha'i. I really cannot fathom that this is just summarized to a person's day of praying 3 times a day. That's like a spiritually bankrupt, totally denying of the unseen explanation. And what is this? طوافون عليكم? You know where this word is used? طائفين. You can't even apply this idea all over. Just the word aura itself is related to aurora, as you can imagine. And interestingly enough, the ancient Greek word apparently means steam, not simply a cool breeze, a steam, like a vapor. like the smoke that comes from water. Yeah, Birdsong, I totally understand where you're coming from. The Masonic sources tell you all of its problems. They show you because, if it was a Masonic source of the Bible, you'd basically be screwed because you don't know any part of anything from the Bible's history, what it's for, its intention, nothing, who wrote it. But the Quran, it has to be true, every single part of it. So these Masonic sources have a very thin veil, possibly. And it's really the starting point when you think about it, like looking for a way in nature to understand the meaning. That's already part of that. Because think about it. Arabic is a living language. And you'll see if you stick to the end of the stream. The nature is screaming at you the truth of the Quran, that these Masonic sources have just written away. And little old me comes along and just does a couple of Google searches, and it matches with the nature. Go figure. It's not meant to be hard. It just takes time and work. That's it. Air of the morning, morning air, dawn, or is already connected to dawn, like aurora, al-fajr. That's why the word aura is in the same verse as fajr. The Quran, I have a whole stream about the Quran in its relation to the fajr, the dawn. So that brings me to Saba. And this might be a bit confronting if you think about it, because we're just never told about anything to do with the jinns whatsoever. But what we are given is an extremely just like laughable history of our entire species. So much so that they actually try to write out of the Quran's apparent words what happens to literally everything, the jinns and the humans. You ever wonder what Iblis's story is? You ever wonder what the jinns, these kind of, you know, powerful beings that live unbeknownst to us and have a totally different reality than us? Okay. A good place to start, not just the story of Yunus, but the story of Saba. And I already alluded to this earlier in the stream with the story of Suleiman, because Suleiman's time mentions Saba, but that doesn't mean that they just came onto the scene during Suleiman's time. It just means that Suleiman's time was so important that it actually involved this civilization that needed a kitab, that needed the revelation. It's very interesting, Nihal, because there's even a movie. I forget what it's called, like 100 Years of Longing or something. And it actually mentions in that film, because it's about a jinn that gets summoned. And the jinn mentions that his lover is the Queen of Sheba, who's also a jinn from hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago. So I thought that was very interesting that they actually they have this idea that this is not talking about a human culture. And that's why I completely distance myself with the, you know, conventional view of history, because it actually puts Saba in Africa. that makes them that makes the souls that happen to be in Africa associated with this story. And it's not a very good story because they're connected with Iblis. So you can see, how racist the conventional history has become. That all has a purpose to basically tie people into following something that's wrong. The intention is wrong. Let me explain why I came to this conclusion. So, one sec. So let's talk about Suleiman. Just to give you a context, this is very much obvious to see. Funny enough, this is the only civilization in the Quran we're aware of that doesn't have a human that's sent to them. They have an animal called Hudhud. That's already abnormal because there's usually a human messenger sent there, but at least in this case, and interestingly enough, Hudhud is related to the word for guidance. It's just the roots have been messed with. This is about Suleiman's story in Surah 27. And there is a clear there's a clear urgency with Suleiman. But what we know is that there is some kind of a wife, woman. This is actually the word for wife, imra'atan. And I can't really comment on the whole story, the details of it. It's like you can only grasp bits and bits at a time. But it's interesting that قَوْمَهَا يَسْجُدُونَ لِلشَّمْسِ. Her people prostrate for the sun, to the sun. How could that be the case? I thought prostration was, the sun itself prostrates somehow on a globe. But let me just show you why this is interesting. It was made fair to them, shaitan. Right off the bat, the sun in connection with these people and sujud is made pleasing or fair or beautified for them. Shaitan was the one who did that. Okay? Shaitan comes so early in the story, and it's like you're gonna see why I think it's his culture. So let me just go to the part. All right. Here's the first part. Suleiman tells the Hudhud, "Go by my book." Why would it say letter there? It says letter there because they don't want you to know Suleiman is a means for their salvation. He is a prophet as much as he is a ruler. And remember, like, his culture is aware. They're already aware of jinns, devils, angels, all of that. It's quite a astounding time to be alive in. So of course, he's going to have dominion over the jinns, over the humans. Why? It's interesting when you think about it, like, there's not any type of kingdom or realm after him like his. And this could be why. Then what happens is this queen of Saba, she talks with her council and says there's a karimun, kitabun karimun. That's how the Quran is actually called Al-Quran Al-Karim. And it's interesting, like, she says it's from Sulaiman. Indeed, it is Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, the opening ayah of the Quran today. You can imagine this book of Sulaiman is in Arabic. Sulaiman spoke Arabic. So did this female ruler. There is no other clear evidence of human female rulers in the Quran. But this one happens to be like that. If you think about it, if you live in a hive, you want to talk about science from nature? Hives are matriarchal. Bees, ants, termites, naked mole rats, they're all matriarchal. They have a queen. So clearly, would make sense if this was about a group of jinns that are a hive of Saba. They have a queen. And Suleiman, he has the human approach. He's a king himself. The other thing I wanted to show you is the story about this culture, about this world, essentially. It's a world, Saba. And it's in the surah of the same name, which you call Sheba today. Which is interesting because if you take the word Sheba, that would mean white-haired or something to do with white hair, okay? That would be what, you could postulate jinns have this type of portrayal, and even what we've inherited of the what they've spliced together from the history. But think about it this way. I'm not adding these details in, they are. They say that Saba is a tribe. Who has a tribe of significance in the Quran? Shaitan. Iblis has a tribe. It's called Shaitan and his Qabil, tribe. They see you where you do not see them. So they put in the brackets there to remind themselves, probably, that this Qabil or tribe is very significant to us. It's still around. It's not a form of civilization that passed. That would make the Quran obsolete. Quran deals with reality. Time and space is subject to the Quran. Not the physical book of the Quran. The message and where it came from. The book itself is an indication of that knowledge. So, they talk about two gardens, Yaminin wa Shimalin. And think about this. We're told in the Quran before Adam was created, there was already khulafa. There was already these khalifs, a caliphate in place. Isn't that interesting? So, who was that? Who existed before Adam? They had two gardens, one in the north, one in the south. Such a massive dominion. Jinns predate humanity. Of course they predate humanity. What if they had a type of role prior to humans where they just had the whole world, the whole actual physical world? It was this blessed garden-like kind of paradise. One on the north side, the north face, one on the south face of the earth. And what's interesting too is um, Allah tells them to eat. I mean, what that suggests is the jinns literally have been, they've been, um, yeah, be aware. I'm aware of this idea. It's not explicitly mentioned that like the jinns fought and shed blood. I get the shedding of the blood part, but it doesn't say it's jinns. But you can logically deduce that, right, from the Quran, because they predate humanity. Shaitan already is on the scene pretending to be an angel as Adam is, being created. But thank you for mentioning that. Jinn, Jannah, Jinn, Jannah. These beings are so old. To us, they're just like these kind of like, I mean, to most of humanity, they're like God-like figures. Allah says in the Quran, most of them serve the jinns. Most of them associated partners. These jinns are called sons of God in the Quran. So when you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. Earth was perfectly this just two gardens. And Saba was given this khulafa, this caliphate position. And they screwed it up. So Allah says, be grateful to Him. There's a good land. Your Lord is forgiving. But what happens is, as a society, majority of them, no, no. I never said Iblis was an angel. I say he pretended to be an angel. That's very clear from the Quran. You can infer that. It doesn't say he's one of the highest worshippers of Allah, as he was allowed within the angels. The angels did not know what Allah knows. And so he made Adam. He told Adam, recite their names. The angels had no idea. This is why, like, you have to be very accurate when it comes to the Quran. If you make these assumptions, it leads to such a false premise. What do you think the names of the angels are? How many angels are in the Quran? Can you use the Quran to find that knowledge? Of course you can. If you want me to, I can do the work for you if you want, or you can just see. Allah says the names of all of them. Them. It's not anything. It's the most important knowledge. The names of the angels. Go open up Surah Al-Baqarah. We taught him the names of all of them. Who's the them? Al-Malaika. Iblis was never a believer. How could we ever make that mistake? Oh, because the Sunni sources say, no. Allah is asking the angels. Do you remember the story of Adam? Adam, tell them, inform them. That means the angels don't know. Oh, man. Anyway, I don't have time for that. Just watch the stream with me and Asif. Yeah, Adam informs them because he tells them their names. Yeah, exactly. There is no reality from the Quran that Iblis was an angel, ever can be, ever. But the sources outside of the Quran tell you that. Oh, Tabari, he says that Iblis was from an angelic tribe. Be aware. Your name is kind of ironic, to be honest with you. Don't take offense to that. The angels do not know what Allah knows. He informs them of their names, and guess what? Guess who's excluded from that group? Iblis. They are not aware Iblis is this shapeshifter around them. They were not aware. So when he says, Usjud, he's the only one that could actually choose to not usjud. He's not an angel. I don't know how many times I have to explain this. All of them did entirely. Twice in the Quran says that. They all yasjudun entirely. Ajma'een. Ajma'een. Next ayah. Except Iblis. So Allah asks him a rhetorical question. Hey Iblis, what prevented you? I thought you're an angel. Allah doesn't need to know anything. He knows everything. It's to prove a point that Iblis, his existence is as an imposter. That's why his followers pretend to be angels. Iblis never thought Allah would use this humble human, Adam, to expose him. He never thought he would have to commit to the role to the end. Anyway, just read it for yourself. Back to the story of Saba. This is really the origin story of Iblis. You have to wonder why such a pervasive villain, would have to come from a civilization that had pretty much everything. But they didn't. This is a community of jinns that is not like the majority of them. And I'll explain maybe in another stream or whatever why that's the case. The jinns have a specific type of lifestyle that these ones, they're basically made to be the little tiny portion of disbelievers from them. They can choose, and most often they choose correctly. But this Saba understanding, I'll show you why. أرسلنا عليهم سيل العرم. When did this happen? This happened likely before humanity existed. Maybe it happens, I don't know the details. I'm just saying that this word Sayla is connected to that other word, As-Saylu. Asalna. Remember? We caused to flow for Suleiman. What? Ain al-Qitr. That's literally connected to this copper. Ain. Copper and fire. What is so amazing about copper is that it has electromagnetic. You can take copper and put it around any kind of electromagnetic thing like devices, electronics, and it doesn't work. It's called a Faraday cage. So imagine you have these beings, they're just like these magnetic electric plasma beings. And this is the most strange destruction I can see from the Quran. It's not simply an earthquake or a flood. Even those things are very catastrophic. But this culture has such a unusual it has such an unusual effect, phenomena. Copper, of all things. You remember those shayateen? What are they shot with? Fire. Shihab. Copper. Last night when I took pictures of the aurora, my backyard, you'll notice there are a lot of shooting stars. Just that never happens, at least where I live, because you can't see it. You have to go out into like the wilderness where there's no light pollution to see shooting stars. Here, though, you can see them even with the light pollution. What an interesting coincidence. Aurora borealis, way, way far away from the north, and these kind of shooting stars falling down. You ever wonder what shooting stars are? Pelted devils much? So I'm not sure what al-alim is, but these beings clearly had some kind of a flourishing society, because what they kafaru, al-kafur, remember shaitan is from the kafirin. We made between them and between the qura allati barakna fiha quran ظاهرة, visible, not numerous, visible. Doesn't that give you the impression that this is talking about a part of the world and phenomena that's we're not privy to technically, because it's contrasted with towns or cities that are visible. Asayra. If you think about it, I mean, these are the only beings that traveling is so effective for them. They can get wherever they want instantly. Siru fiha layaliya wa ayyaman aminin. Our Lord lengthened between our journeys. This is something I want to talk about possibly in the next stream. I'm not sure. But this is something that's carried by alladina hadu, which are not Jews. I mean, like, let's be honest, the word there is books. The donkey, or the creature we call a donkey today, which is the actual creatures in the Quran, it carries journeys. So, asfarina, asfaran. Al-himar yahmilu asfaran, asfarina. It has to do with journeys. No doubt. It's only books in Hebrew. Hebrew corruption of the Quran translation. ظلموا أنفسهم وجعلناهم أحاديث. Why would they be made narrations? Is it because they're really, really old? That people basically can only hear of them by word of mouth? مزقناهم كل ممزق. All of these words are chosen very precisely. Now, these are signs for everyone that's sabarin and shakurin. Saddaqa alayhim who? Who confirmed their assumption? Saba. That's who's discussed. It's in the chapter called Saba. Iblis. What a strange occurrence, because why doesn't Allah just say shaitan? Like everywhere else, He says, shaitan was the brothers of Yusuf, and shaitan is, enemy of. He puts Iblis in there because it concerns his story, his origin story. He's the one that allowed for this destruction. His one assumption. Don't know what that is. Maybe he was some kind of a rebel or god or whatever. But clearly these jinns are like the new kids on the block in the jinn world. And that's why they're seen as very foolish. Like Iblis is very foolish. This is the only other time, there's only one other time in the Quran outside of the story of Adam where Iblis's name is mentioned. إلا إبليس إلا إبليس إلا إبليس يا إبليس إلا إبليس إلا إبليس إلا إبليس وجنود إبليس أجمعين. That's the only other occurrence outside of the story of Adam. It says Iblis has soldiers, junud. Everywhere else, so Iblis, story of Adam, that's most of them. Most of the concerns of Iblis, that word. Another time, his soldiers. Another time, Saba. Why? Maybe Iblis is a jinn. Clearly, he's a jinn for sure. And maybe he comes from that particular culture from the jinns. That's why this culture is put in our fake history in Africa, Ethiopia, Yemen. Because I do want to show you that it will basically be the southernmost part of the jinn realm. Kind of the middle, so-called middle of their world. This culture actually is so relevant to us. And yeah, it's this world is not on our map. But just take the map you have today. Okay? You have like a little circle or rectangle, whatever. That's where we live, clearly. We can chart routes on that map. The jinn version of that is Saba. They are our counterpart, Beni Israel, in the jinn world. Which is very interesting because the believers are congregating via Beni Israel. All the way back to Adam's sons. I've explained this before. Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit if it's 3 hours. It's fine. Have you ever wondered what that moon up there is showing a map of? It could very well be this place. I don't know what happened, but it's something catastrophic. That's not saying they're up there. But clearly, they call the moon coral. That's called in the Quran marjan. And whatever that world is, a portion of it there's the details are just emerging. Yeah, of course. I mentioned that earlier. Suleiman is a human. Of course, Beni Israel. So you have to wonder, like, Suleiman really was given something special, specifically for him. Every messenger has a piece of the Prophet Muhammad's seerah in the Quran. And interestingly enough, basically, no, Hani, it's actually not in our map. Funny enough, it can't be. It just can't be. Our map itself is just a piece of the whole map. Isn't that amazing? What I want to show in the 7th part of the Mecca series, when I finally get around to getting that up, is some kind of attempt to reconcile that map and the symbol of that in the Quran. It's in there. It's in there so many times. On the next stream, I might talk about it. I already kind of referenced it before. Yeah, it's a place. It's also sort of a nation, a civilization. I don't know what to call it exactly, but they clearly have a major contribution to the story. It's not just some random queen, Bilqis. You know what's funny is I'm sure if you look at all of the hints in the official history, you'll realize what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where Yathrib is, um, but you know, all of these terms. That's the difficult. That's why Mecca Part 7 is so difficult. You really have to like tune out all of the preconceived notions. Just tune them out. What does the Quran say? That's how you should approach the Quran. Becca, well, if you're new to this channel, I suggest you watch the Mecca series. That might answer some questions. Yeah, it's definitely the case, Birdsong, because a creature was given access to this place as sort of a liaison for Suleiman. So clearly, that creature is given permission to convey the message because they did need it. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So, Beni Adam, the collective of humanity, they are tested with Iblis and his ilk. And it's interesting too because we're told a certain mainstream narrative that we evolved from these primitive hominins, and then we kind of became Homo sapiens or something. That's what we are today. Interesting how the word sapiens kind of reminds me of Sabians, like Sabaeans of Saba. Anyway, the reason I have this list on the screen is because I'm going to show you, inshallah, every single thing that they've told you outside of the Quran that has been a deceptive message is based on a source material the Quran already gives you knowledge of that. So, let me see. You guys have probably heard of, where is it? You're not going to find this anywhere else on YouTube. You guys have probably seen this image. There's all kinds of humans and skulls and hominids. This one has just been put everywhere. So the reason I want to draw attention to this is to show you that the Quran already alludes to the fact that humans and jinns are diverse and not in the way that you think. Beni Adam diverge over time, and they haven't always looked like us, clearly. But what the evolutionary model of humans from apes, it's literally inverted. What the evolutionary model from apes shows is that there are different humans. That has nothing to do with the ethnicities we see in the world today. Nothing. Because there's different levels to all of these different classifications of both humans and jinns. For humans, it's very linear. One ancestor, sons, nations, communities. But jinns, it's a bit more complicated. It's not like that at all. So, let me just find this one here. Okay, so humans. And you can tell, like, when they talk about humans, types of humans, they use the word homo. Uomo, basically, in Italian, is humans. Unfortunate connotation to a modern word today. Other links in the chain are Australopithecus. That's something else. But just bear with me. So here's the first one. Homo habilis. Here's the next one. Homo ergaster. And keep in mind that they put this stuff in Latin and Greek and these languages and Hebrew, because that's how they speak in plain sight, and you don't know anything about what they're referencing. Just like in the church, nobody understood Latin, so they basically had to take what the priesthood would tell them. In science, it's all Latin and Greek. Homo erectus. Homo heidelbergensis. Homo sapiens. That's us. Homo neanderthalis. And yeah, there's another one. Homo denisova. Okay, let's look at the first one. So the first one, habilis. Have you ever wondered why they use the terms they do? They could name them whatever they want. The point is to preserve the story somewhere for these people, so they think like one day they will be able to kind of cheat when the test happens, but that's not going to be the case. So you can see they're having ability, suitability, sufficiency, ability, nimble, swift. Do this with their hands, right? Yeah, exactly. You jumped the gun on me. Let's find the truth. Habil, one of the sons of Adam in Hadith. They put this as one of the earliest human species. And what's interesting is the word in Latin literally means nimble, swift, good with their hands, crafty. They create things very easily. So, you can, let me just put this, sorry, one sec. Next to here, okay. You can put this as nimble human. What does it mean when something is nimble? Swift. Quick and light. Small. Okay? They would have very hands for details, mining away. Ergaster. Workman. Working. Ergos. That's what you do. That's what we all do. Homo erectus. What does erect mean? Up. Tall, upright. Elevated. Elevated, lofty. Okay? So this is elevated man. Or I should say human. Okay? Then Heidelbergensis. Well, Heidelberg is a place in Germany that they just happened to pick. And by the way, like all this stuff it's just meant to, for whatever reason, like all these things have to be in plain sight. Even what NASA does. Heidelberg. Heide. Heath. Heathland. Heathen. Nation. Who is called a heathen in the Quran? Well, by today's definition, that's what it would mean. Gentile, heathen, barbarian, uncultivated valley. These are the related to Ibrahim. Hanifan. Hanifan, if you don't know, I mentioned before, are Gentiles, right? These are people of the city Eri Ibrahim. This is a nation. Like you have to imagine Ummah as a nation. Ibrahim is called a nation. Ummah. Oops. Let me see if I can. There we go. These ones are the giants. Jabbarin. I call them maybe the Beni Thamud. It's one of Adam's two sons. Just watch the stream with video with me and let's find the truth. Then this is us, Beni Israel. Israel is kind of in the middle between that. And then we have the small ones. Saghirin. Aad. You ever wonder why it mentions these groups? Never says the word qawm in front of them. They're not qawms. They have qawms in them. Aqwam. And then now you have the later editions, which is very interesting. Because I saw a comment in the chat that talks about what does it mean when Allah says, turn them into swine, turn them into apes. Well, what do you think it means? I mean, if that thing is backwards, that means that humans, they Allah compares the disbelievers to worse than the cattle. They are further astray. That's not just taking a jab at them. He's telling you what happens. Just like the humans today are malikuna of the cattle, they're owned in hell. Malik Yawmiddin. Malik. It's about ownership, like you brand, like you own a ranch. So Homo sapiens, What does that mean, sapiens? Wisdom, right? Well, if you look it up, discerning, capable of discerning. So now we're branching into these humans. What are their attributes? Because this will make the difference in the end for eternity, right? This one is a discerning one. That doesn't mean the other ones are not. That's just splitting the categories into their eternal ones. These ones, these are the believers from the humans. They actually reason and think and rationalize and remember and all of the other approaches to the Quran that require effort on the part. So what does Neanderthal mean? Well, interestingly, this one they kind of hit it a little bit. Let me just find it for you. It's so amazing to me. This is all public, and all you have to do is a bit of detective work. Neanderthal. So this word "tal" it comes from the German word for valley, but this word Neander is actually named after a person. One second. Let me just find one here. He's named after a person in history in the 1800s called Joachim Neander. And back then, and they basically like humanized their names to reflect Greek and Latin and these scientific languages. So his name is actually Neumann in German, but he changed it to Neander because that means new man, new human in Greek. So he put it together. New human, okay, and the word Thala in German. Valley. You go even further, go to the actual like original, what they tell you, Proto-Germanic. Thalamus chamber, dolos building. Dolo. Dole means below, down, valley, pit. Proto-Indo-European. It's basically a pit, the new man of the pit. They even found it in a pit as well, apparently, the skeleton. So you go back. New human of the pit. These ones are the disbelieving humans. Majority of them. You understand what's going on? They are literally transformed into those forms. We said be apes. That's spoken. When Allah speaks something, it's reality. Kun fayakun. Let's you know all this stuff is easy to show. That's why Neanderthal is an insult. Is an inept human. Like ape-like. Doesn't use their brain. That's not an offensive thing because it's not technically what Allah wants. Denisova. What does Denisova mean? Well, I looked it up. They put them in Russia. It's actually a Russian word. Denisova. It's possessive Denis. So I looked up what Denis means. And what I got is it means Dionysian. Dionysus. Okay. So Dionysus is known to be a kind of type of what would you call it, like hedonistic culture. The first thing that comes to mind is Qawm Lut. Okay, Qawm Lut is a culture of zina. These are humans for sure, and zina is already compared to shirk in the Quran in Surah 24. So at the end of the day, what you have is, these would be, by the way, Dionysian humans. It would be mushrik. Okay, shirk is the reason why shirk is related to nifaq is because you actually have to lie to commit shirk. And technically humans in general will do that very thing, but this, on the human scale, what you observe in the world is a acknowledgement of the unseen via worshiping gods, like literally. they actually have these religions like Sunni Islam, Sunnism. It works around the idea of shirk. The other side, though, this is not something about like, it denies the unseen completely, like Western Christianity. I'm going to make a stream about this. So that you are your own God, you are your desires and everything. They even worship a God called Yahweh, related to Hawa, desires. So that's why these ones, this is where it gets contrasted. Okay, you have the ones discerning, believing, and then you have the other side, two different versions of the parties of hell. Kafir, mushrik. Zalim, munafiq. These are like extensively mentioned in the Quran for no reason apparently. And then you have even two types. These are basically ibad taghut, swine and apes. Essentially, these are the two creatures that you see transformed. Okay, it's not something that you can explain away as a coincidence or paranoia. I'm not even sharing this. It's just not. I'm putting it out there to give you a clue. This is way, way bigger than what you can imagine. This conspiracy is masterminded by beings that are not human. Like, it's hard to even conceptualize how grand the scale is. And then that leaves us with the other half of the equation, the non-hominids. Australopithecus africanus. I didn't even mention that part, but I'll get to it one sec. Then you have Australopithecus, afarensis. The jinns have nothing to do with Africa, the continent of Africa. They just use this land as a symbol for Saba. And here's why. Iblis confirmed upon them his dhan. Remember, dhan is connected to shirk. So they followed him except afariqa. I'm going to repeat it again. Except afariqa. Africa. The word Africa today comes from the word fariqan. It's just not a coincidence. These white people in the history spliced and diced and sectioned this unfortunate land into these fake borders So the people grow up there and believe they have nothing. They're just basically living in austerity. That's all they can do. No. Are you guys aware of this word kafir? With two F's. This is related to apartheid in Africa. It's actually extreme offense in South Africa today, and it's used specifically against black people. I only mentioned this in an older stream, but I'm going to show you right now because it's related. They literally, on the maps, south of the Sahara, called that whole region Kafirs. They have these racial ethnographic maps from the 1800s. And that's what they do. This is how sick these people are. They take this superstition and they apply it how they want to. The people at the top. Trust me, those are servants of Shaitan, no doubt. They called them kafirs because I just mentioned to you twice that word is associated with Saba. You know what else is on old maps of Africa? Like from the 1600s, 1700s? Ethiopia. Isn't that the culture of Saba in the Bible? Ethiopia, Yemen? Ethiopia used to be a name on old maps for the whole sub-Saharan Africa. They want to associate these unsuspecting people, really. I mean, like, they have a plan for every type of person, you know? And yeah, you're absolutely right, Birdsong. They want you to believe kafir means non-Muslim. Clearly, I mean, we have such a huge opportunity in this life to really nail what's this all about. This is the word they use because they literally try to make, in their stupid Kabbalah, black people relating to jinn. Have you ever wondered why mythologies that we find are very explicitly unfair to people from Africa? Like, for example, in Greek mythology is the sun god Helios, and then he falls in his chariot and he scars like the whole of Ethiopia. That's why they're called Ethiopians, like burnt face people. This is what's given in there. In Mormonism, they believe that people were cursed with black skin because they followed Lucifer. The Quran doesn't talk about people and jinns like this. It talks about the day of judgment with, some will have faces that are brightened, others have that are blackened. And then these people take these eternal absolute truths that apply to the universe, and they put it in this subset of the dunya, of the observable world, so they can have the symbolism to fool people. It's not actually, it's like an open secret. Like, all of the housekeepers and maids and servants of the houses in the Middle East, they tend to be from Ethiopia, Sudan, Somalia. The boats and ships and, plantations and all this. Why is there association with African Americans today? That you have movements like Black Lives Matter. Why even the Palestinians in this, I already showed in the last stream, Palestine, they took that word from Balasa, from Iblis. They use that word in the Bible, in the satanic Bible they made for Christianity and for Quranists apparently too, to say these are the uncultured, these are the uncivilized people, Philistines. You really think that Dawood was just fighting Just another class of humans? Like, clearly there's something more to the story. They do this so everybody has a false impression of the world. Here, let me show you. One sec. Pure blood kafreria. So, in Suleiman's time, they did have slaves, and they were shayateen. That's why they're chained. But in the history, they just say it's black people, it's Africans, African Americans. No, the shayateen are writing themselves their humiliating history as Sabaites. they even they even go further. You have Saba, then you have Isfahan. Isfahan is in Persia today, in Iran. Hispania, that's also related as well. Spain, Saba. You have in Yemen the founder in Sunni Islam of the Shia sect, Abdullah ibn Saba. Do you really think our history is just humans after humans after humans after humans? Yeah, a lot of it is. The jinn outnumber us so much. That's the nature of their world, is they're actually overpopulated in a way. We're underpopulated. They have a lot of beings. And why would it be so hard to imagine that the Quran speaks to both jinns and humans? Ya ma'ashar al-jinn wal-insi. Do you really think the Torah is just these bearded Jews that, pray bobbing their head back and forth? Is that what the Quran addresses? Or is the Quran talking about Sefer Taurat, Safar, Asfarina of Saba? The jinns can carry things we can't imagine. Like the Arsh. That's something that's carried by an angel. The jinns, one of them can carry that. Why wouldn't they carry the Taurat? Literally carry it, like a donkey carries journeys. And what's interesting is that we're told that the Islamic history is Persian. The Persians gave us all the hadith. The Persians did all this. Do you really think those are human Persians? Their descendants are in Iran today? No. How do you think Bukhari could memorize like some kind of a IQ 9,000 genius? Millions of bits of information. Bukhari is related to steam, smoke, vapor. Do you know that the jinns feed on that type of water in the Quran? Oh, because it's not actually, they translate ma as provision instead of vapor. Ma, water, that's, I forget what the word is, but they feed on water. So Isfahan, think about it. Why did they put in the hadith in there? They're already priming you. They're laughing at you. If you think that Persians are people in Iran, Pharisees. What is a Pharisee in the Bible? You have to really make these connections. Etymology will reveal the truth because etymology points to Arabic, the language of the Quran, the language of the truth. Pharisee is the Jews with Jesus. Firas, Pharisee means, what do you call it? Knights or some kind of like horsemen or something like that. Think of it this way. 70,000 Jews follow the Dajjal from Isfahan. That's an authentic hadith. They have Yemeni shawls, green shawls. Why is Yemen always coming to the forefront? I just told you. The jinns of Saba live in the Yemen, the south of their lands. Hispania. Do you know what Hispania is called? Spain, Portugal. It's called Iberia, Hebrew land. Why is Hebrew used for satanic rituals? Why is it distorted? I could speak for 10 hours if I want to about the traits of the jinns. There's so much information. It all comes from the Quran. You just have to really like dive deep into it. Iberia. Why are the Jews of Spain called Sephardic? Did they just travel a lot? Maybe. Sefer. Just look at the words that are used in there. The travelers. Then you have, the whole idea, like Judeos in Spain. That's the word for Jews. Um, yeah, Sefirot, exactly. Sfirot, spheres. Um, it's related to traveling. Spheres. But my point is that don't be surprised when one day you realize what you thought was just talking about humanity is actually talking about these beings. And they do this all the time. Like in Shia narrations, they say that Kurds are offspring of jinns. They say that's actually Shia. Can you imagine? Sometimes they call Kurds apes. It's very, very discriminatory. And think about why. Think about like the story of Yunus in the Bible takes place in Kurdistan. In the Quran, though, it takes place in the jinn realm. They're just laughing at you. They hate when you really just put a magnifying glass on this. Because it liberates the human from this mental prison that's created around it. That's why they made this to mock you. It's not simply telling you that there's no creator, there's no Allah. That's like the bonus that they got away with. In the beginning, they had to first split and divide us by these stupid labels. Yeah, just you have an indication of it on the moon. Just look up on a full moon or look at pictures of the moon with a photograph of it. Not the CGI ones that they show you, but you know, you can see a lot of details on the moon with the naked eye. Let's see. So the focus of this stream is really about the aurora. It's getting really late, just like last time. And I hope you guys are enjoying the stream. You know, these things take a lot of. I derive a lot of benefit from this as well because sometimes you have to hear like your thoughts spoken and kind of bounce back off of another perspective. So I really appreciate those tuning in. But what do you think, guys? I'm just gonna put the question out there. What do you think this looks like? I'm gonna show you the picture here. This is a photograph of the aurora borealis. If you were to describe a metaphor to someone, to a child, what this is, what does it remind you of? The shape of it. Yeah, copper, fire, green. Yeah. I'm talking mainly about the shape, not necessarily the color. Could be any color. Ah, calligraphy. Imagine. Oh, definitely. Bridge, for sure. Mountains, yeah. But imagine for a second you're underwater and you have a special pen. And this pen can write underwater. And so the ink would kind of like slowly move up, but you would see, kind of the impression of the pen underwater. Imagine for a moment the Arabic words of the Quran are just floating around in the ether. It's all connected because it's all kind of cursive and stuff, right? Think about that for a second. Use your imagination. Allah gave you your imagination, use it. Could you possibly, you know, when I was a kid, we would look at clouds in the sky and you'd say, hey, that kind of looks like a dragon, or that kind of looks like a mountain. Think for a second. What does Arabic look like? Have you ever wondered? I have to give credit to my brother Manji because he's the one that brought this to my attention, because some of these pictures are a little bit too similar to something we see all the time and we don't really realize. This is why I named the stream Aurora Qur'ana. It's a very interesting thing, Amizi, because waveforms usually are about light and sound. Like on sound software, you see the waveforms going up and down, up and down, up and down. But just imagine those sounds are words. Just imagine. Okay. Let me show you this. Oops, I'm gonna, 1 second here. This is an actual photograph, but I'm gonna show you another one. So what I'm gonna show you is a real photograph of the Aurora Borealis and an AI picture that I specifically made to kind of show you what is possible. 1 sec. Let me just share my screen. I'm gonna wrap it up, obviously. Okay. Look at this. All right, look at this. Does that not look like a letter? So the picture on the left, that's a real photograph. The picture on the right is produced by AI. I basically told AI, can you give me an Arabic Aurora Borealis in the sky? It had a tough time doing that, but in the end, I kind of settled for this picture because it has some kind of aspect of what's going on there. But the one on the left, that's an actual photo. It's not the best photo. But the first thing jumps in my mind is the letter kaf. Just kaf, the little kind of squiggle in there. And the thing is just lifted. Like I said, it's like almost in like a solution. Just like lifted, like the ink kind of bleeds out. Almost looks like these waves, like you see in sound and light and words. Words actually are light and sound, because when they're spoken, that's the sound aspect. When they're written, that's the light aspect. Okay. The Arabic language it's not something humanity invented, let alone the jinns. It's something that comes from the heavens. It's heavenly. That's why its literature descends, comes from above. We sent down the book. قرآنا عربيا. When you look at Arabic today, you're going to notice the only straight lines in Arabic are vertical ones. Just like this. The only parallel vertical lines, like that. Every other language has some form of right angles. And if they don't, then clearly it doesn't pass the litmus test of something needed for Allah's revelation. It's all curves because it's literally part of nature. And let me just show you. One sec. Okay. You see that on the screen? Zoom in a bit. That is Surah An-Nas. And this is a really good penmanship. So what you're going to notice is these kind of curves and bends. But Aleph, Lam, even Mim comes down. That's why those letters are so significant in a way, because they represent this descending in a way. Just really think about what this represents. I mean, when you read the Quran, that's written somewhere. It's written. It's already written. What you have as the Quran, the physical copy of this message, is a carbon copy of the Quran. It's written. So, in a way, what we're looking at is the ink. And let me show you some verses regarding that. You might find this a bit weird. So, Allah talks about this idea of the seas if they were ink. Only thing is, it doesn't use the word for ink in Arabic. The word for ink in Arabic is hibr. Hibr. This word is midad. And that's very interesting too, because midad li kalimati. Midadan li kalimati. Midad is something spread out. That's what's needed for Allah's words. They put it as ink because they're aware the ink is not a metaphor. It's there. The sea cannot exhaust it. If you don't know by now, the heavens are seas. 7 seas, 7 heavens. Like, you can see it. Qur'an al-Fajr. Midadan li kalimati. We will show them our signs, our ayahs. These surahs are divided into ayahs, and those ayahs are literally shown, displayed. Cannot be exhausted, and it's brought. The example of it is brought as a madadan, again related to spreading out, extension. It's It's related to the word for extending, like how the earth is made. The like of it, the example of it, comes to you. It literally comes to you, its example. The words of Allah is a ink. So let's look at the actual meaning of ink. And it comes from this root, hebr. Hebr. This is used to mean gladdening or enjoyment or making happy. It's also used for a religious authority, scribes, scholars, rabbis. The book of Leviticus, Levites, is called basically ahbar, Levites. Al-habr, al-azim, al-azum. That's the Pope. The Pope is the big rabbi. Okay. Bishops are called habr. The Quran makes no distinction between Christianity and Judaism as we understand it today, because it's part of the same deception. Then we get to the real thing, hebr, ink. Ink of a squid, cuttlefish. They come from the ocean. Ink is actually, aquatic. The ink in the world comes initially from the sea. And the seas of the world come from the samawat. 7. This is all ink, hebr. Okay. This is also what women call hijab today. It's called habarata. Because it's all black. That's how we get ink from the ocean. It's usually black. And the shawls that usually the women wear are black, particularly in Saudi Mecca. Interestingly enough, habbar is a cuttlefish or a squid. Like when you eat calamari, it's called habbar. The creatures that are capable of producing ink. There's even aliens in movies where they're like squids and tentacles and they communicate with ink and stuff. An inkwell that stores ink is called mihbarata. Doesn't that sound like an anagram of mihrab? Mihrab, mihbara. Now, when you go to the actual root used in the Quran here, yuhbarun is translated as delighted or happy. And yeah, I can understand why that's the case. However, it has to be related. I mean, first thing you show in Google Translate. It's not a definitive source, but just interesting. Nothing else comes. Yuhbarun, they are inked. I don't know what this means, but I know that it's related. If you go to the ayahs where this word is used, yuhbarun, it's talking about the people of Jannah. The mushfiqun, related to the shafaq, aurora, are people of Jannah. So you go here. Those who had believed and then worked as-salihati, fahum, for them, rawdatin yuhbarun. Only times it's mentioned, enter paradise. Adkhalu al-jannata antum wa azwajakum tuhbarun. It's related to Jannah. And these people or beings called ahbar, they're the ones that inked the languages. I don't know how. They're not simply rabbis or religious scholars. They're not Jews. They're related to the Yahud and I already talked about who that fits the description of in the universe. That's why they have this trope anti-Semitism. They have this trope because, the world constantly denies the reality of jinns in this world, subjugating the humans. When in fact, it's the opposite. The humans, at their peak in Suleiman's time, are the ones that use the shayateen. They're divers, they're builders. The Freemasons, shayateen, Freemasons. They used to be slaves. Suleiman passed on. Now they're free. Now they can build whatever they want. So clearly there's something going on. Yeah, but salam, that's akhbar. It's a little bit different, but it's related to this. Thank you for bringing it up. Oh, my mother language. Yeah, my mother language is English and Serbo-Croatian. So, okay. Clearly, originally Arabic. Here's the other version of that. So, this is in Surah Luqman. If you ask them, who created the heavens and the earth? They will surely say, Allah. Alhamdulillah. Bal aktharuhum la ya'lamun. لله ما في السماوات والأرض الله الغني الحميد. Now here's the one here. ولو أن ما في الأرض من شجرة أقلام والبحر يمده من بعده. It doesn't even say the seas were ink. It just talks about the pens and يمده, spreading out. This word doesn't mean trees. It just means one tree. Right? One tree. From a tree were pens. والبحر يمده من بعده سبعة أبحر. Where are these seas? Originally, at its highest level of understanding, they're the high seas. That's why they call them the high seas. Maryam sailed the high seas. So did Bani Israel. They allowed for the representation of them in the earth. His words will not be exhausted. Allah is Azizun Hakim. Why do we call the Arabic language Semitic? And obviously the distortion of it, which is Hebrew, it's also called Semitic. It's called Semitic because ism and sama come from the same root. Ism refers to nouns, things, concepts, names, titles, things that are given names. Oh, that's such a great point, Birdsong. Ahbar, abhur. Absolutely. They're literally anagrams of each other's roots. We call them Semitic languages. We call Arabic Semitic. It's Samawi. Samawiyan, heavenly. By those heavenly seas. Okay, so it's just the way the world is crafted. It's done by design. It's like it's like a calculation, and it's very effective for most of humanity. But in the end, the believers are triumphant. So, stream for 4 hours. Um, Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you know, take from what I've said at least some kernels of truth, at least, I know it's very out there, it's very confronting, but we have to really push the envelope of what's possible with the Quran. It's not enough to boil down literally the words of their creator to senseless movements. I say senseless because there's no justification for them. There isn't. By the same token, it's also no manner of logic or reason to boil down these words to just poetry. It's just an archetypal metaphor of this. No. Take it very seriously. Ponder on what's been said, because at the end of the day, again, like, Allah is the one responsible for guidance. That guidance begins with your heart. If you're open to whatever the Quran reveals about its information over time, that's a better position to be in than thrusting your own beliefs into it, trying to make it fit instead of saying, hey, what does the Quran say? So, thank you so much, guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat, everyone listening. And Assalamu alaikum. Have a great night.